Okay, so the goal today is to break up segment these jumps into different pieces of animation, and then I'm going to move on to the sprint. Let's get started. Hey, Felix, welcome back, bud. I'm just breaking this one up so that it's contained into separate little pieces. Because the way Unreal works, I have a jump state, a falling state, and then a landing state. So I need to break this up into three different pieces, and then I'm going to be animating a sprint. It shouldn't take too long, though. No, no, no. It's got the backpack, so I just don't have it turned on right now. I don't need to do the animations without the suit. right? So the beautiful about working in a modular way is I just turn on the suit, turn off the suit, and all the animations still work, right? The one really, really huge benefit of working in 3D is that I don't have to redraw all of these frames. I haven't done the Discord yet. I've just been a little bit busy. I'm probably gonna take care of it this weekend. Usually, I'm looking to take care of all of like my stream maintenance stuff on the weekends or during the weeks. During the weekdays, I just kind of want to work, right? So yeah, during the Saturday, Sunday, I'll probably be organizing all that stuff. But yeah, for sure, I definitely want to get it started. It's just got to make sure I have the time and I do everything correctly. Well, I'll take care of that code in Unreal. So basically, it's just going to hit a collision object and just come back down. So it'll just hit the top and it'll turn off the fall the jump state and just go back into a falling state. So he'll hit his head. Maybe I'll break up those animations after. I'll just start animating them with sprint. Let's just go with the sprint. Start the sprint. No, it definitely won't be pay to win. We're trying to aim. Our aim is to be in around the $20 to $25 price range, and this is not. We're not going at this approaching this with like a AAA attitude. This game will very much have a beginning, middle, and end, right? So it's not one of those games that we intend people to play forever. There's a, you know, I, we have a buddy. I have a buddy of mine who's helping me write the story, but this is, I think, for the most part, if we go multiplayer, it's going to be co-op. But right now we're planning everything as a single player game, so everything's still in kind of in the planning stages still. So we could potentially do completely change directions once we have the combat implemented. Maybe we really like the combat a lot, so we want to then make a game that's more oriented around combat. Um, I don't know. There's we have the basic idea for the game, and we just want to make sure we work with the combat, and then we're gonna build out everything from there. But this game could very easily turn into. We have thought about doing like an arena fighter, um, or like a kind of like a gladiator, like Roman gladiator kind of thingy. Um, Not so much Roman era gladiator, but a gladiator kind of game. Or we have an open world survival one we originally planned. I mean, there's any we can go in any direction, but it definitely won't be pay to win. But yeah, you're absolutely right, which is a good thing. I think pay to win is a terrible way to design a game. Absolutely, absolutely. I definitely want to. I've actually been thinking about maybe playing some games on stream, but I don't. I'm not really looking to be a gaming streamer per se. Um, but I'm definitely gonna play the game. Because we're gonna be want to record demos and stuff like that. I mean, um, we're still quite a ways off from all this stuff, but yeah, I mean, you got the right idea. I will definitely be trying to play the game. We'll play the game on stream just to show off all the stuff that we're doing and all working. Chances are I'll be playing the game on stream before it's even done, right? So I'm not trying to be all precious about the game. I want people to see it. I want people to know what's happening and what the game is going to look like. So Animation just takes a very long time, dude. Just takes a long time. Yeah, it definitely looks easy. And I would say just moving things around, like posing and stuff like that, isn't necessarily difficult. It's just getting all of the stuff to work together and not be poppy and do awkward things. And one of the biggest things is to make sure that things feel like there's weight, like the character has weight. And a lot of that is built in the timing on how you animate. So one of the things you want to pay attention to a lot is what we call spacing. It's the distance between each pose, right? So if I go into the jump, you'll see the way I've set up the spacing, for example, the way the feet land. Right? You got to pay attention to these things because see that big jump between here and here? It's going to be slightly smaller than the previous one, right? Because you want a big impact. So you want your biggest distance between before the impact to be the largest gap in spacing, just so you can feel the energy suddenly come to a stop when the feet plant to the ground, right? So it's not just. I think that there's a misconception of what animation is. It's not just moving things around. It's making sure that when you move stuff around, the character feels like it's actually alive, right? Because it's easy just to move things around. In a perfect and an ideal situation, this is actually pretty fast, all things considering. So, um, I've worked on projects where I work on a single shot that lasts. Do you watch The Boys? If you watch The Boys, you've probably seen some of my work. um, the Boys on Amazon Prime. So we'll spend. I've spent the longest I spent on The Boys on one particular shot was almost 10 weeks animating one thing. Right? So animation just takes a long time. What other shows did you watch? There's a new Sandy Cheeks movie that came out with it's like a SpongeBob movie from Nickelodeon. If you watch The Expanse, I worked on Wednesday, the that Adams Family show. A bunch of other stuff, some bunch of stuff for Disney as well too. I've never actually worked directly for Disney. I've worked through a bunch of vendors that work for Disney. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Well, Disney's not my favorite job. My favorite job so far has been working on The Expanse, only because they basically let us do whatever we want. So a lot of the action sequences, like I basically they give us the idea, like this is what needs to happen in the shot. How we chose to execute it was entirely up to the animator. So it was one of those projects we got a lot of freedom to do some work in. I mean, the stuff I did on The Boys, those was really, really violent, like really, really violent animation. So it's not something that everybody's gonna see. Although it's in the first episode. One of the things I worked on was in the first episode. So of season four. I think it's on season four, season five now. I can't remember. I gotta start saving hand poses. Yeah, I really like animating, and they were definitely fun jobs. I think animation is one of those things. If you don't enjoy the process of animating, you're probably not going to be able to do it just because it just takes a long time. I mean, AI will give people an opportunity to play with some animation, I guess, maybe later down the road. Even now you could, but I think I enjoy the process of kind of basically what you're seeing me do right now. It seems very slow, but it's almost meditative, right? Monsters. It's a good question. Um, so right now we have some orcs, some skeletons. We're obviously because for me, all great video games have a dragon, so there will be a dragon. I know it's probably cliche and overdone, but I don't care. I want to animate a dragon, so I'm gonna put a dragon in my game. Um, there's gonna be like a giant, like basically like a giant cyclops, kind of made out of not a cyclops, like a stone giant. Um, pretty classic medieval kind of fantasy stuff, right? So I told my buddy about putting a dragon in the game. He's like, "Oh, don't do a dragon. Everybody does a dragon." I was like, "Exactly, because dragons are awesome. If you don't like dragons, I don't. There's something wrong with you." Actually, been playing some Elden Ring again lately, and I think I want to do like a knight on a horseback. Uh, Hussar, who comes by occasionally, gave me a great idea for a horseback rider, like a boss fight or an enemy fight that has. So Hussarians are basically like shock cavalry, and they ride atop these big horses, and they have these big feathered wings on the back of the rider. And they used to use it to scare off horses when they charged into battle. I thought visually it is such a cool concept, and I think I could do some really cool stuff with it. So I'm gonna do something like that as well. Big, big horse rider, like with the big halberd or something like that, and these giant feathered wings. They're not actually working wings though. They're like feathers mounted on these big wooden kind of wood shape, like these wooden wing shapes, and it just looks so freaking cool that I was like, okay, yeah, that's gonna make it into that game somehow. So we're looking at how many. Six frames. 14, 16. Which lines are you talking about? Are you talking about the lines in here? All these crazy colorful red, green, and blue lines? Basically, these are what we call F curves. So it's just graphing the animation so that you can see what's happening. Um, it just comes with experience. So each of these things will coordinate. So, for example, if I want to move, so let's say I want to move the character's foot on the Z axis, which is the up and down axis. All right, so the graph editor basically graphs out that movement so that I can manipulate it after the fact with the timing. So if I grab the little dot here, which is known as a keyframe, okay, and I can manipulate that, right, by moving this now inside the graph editor. Okay, so this helps. So we use the graph editor to clean up like little pops and awkward bits of animation. Um, but it's effectively doing the exact same thing as me grabbing the handle here and sliding it up and down, right? If I move it here, it's doing the same thing, right? So this is just the visual interpretation of the animation. And then basically what happens here is this, when it creates a line, this tells you where that is. So you can see it moves along that line, right? So this shape on the graph means there's animation on it because the value is changing from this value to this value. So this line creates this parabolic it's the way Blender kind of works. By default, it uses a Bezier curve. which is basically a curve that has these little handles on it. Then I can then manipulate how that timing works. Yeah, it's pretty standard in all animation packages. It's incredibly powerful, right? It's, I think, animators and the graph editor, it's like peanut butter and toast or butter and bread, right? Like they go together. I know some animators, depending on the style of animation, you don't always have to use the graph editor, but if you want that smooth, kind of polished look in animation, that really smooth animation, you have to work with the graph editor. Whereas if you're working on a project, let's say like Into the Spider-Verse, the new Miles Morales animated Spider-Man movies, you're not going to be using the graph editor as much. That is going to lean more towards classical animation style. So you will have to go in and physically pose all those little bits. But the plus side is that they're not relying on smooth animation, right? They kind of want this juddery. If you go watch Into the Spider-Verse, you'll see the animation quality. I don't want to say stiff because it's not stiff. It's just not using a full 24 frames per second, right? So in some cases, in some points, they're using it's not a drop frame technique. It's like a held frame technique, so that you can hold something for you hold the pose a little bit longer, so everything feels a little bit more snappy. I think this might be too slow. Let's try unblocking it anyway. So. Okay, at least he's not stabbing himself in the face when he's running. Hey, Husar, how's it going? We're running. We're sprinting today. How you feeling today? You feeling better today? Yeah, luckily the sprint is in this case it's only 16 frames, so it's a little bit faster than the other ones. Oh, nice, dude. Good luck. So they testing? I'm doing well, dude. Thanks for asking. Are they is this like tomorrow, day after a live coding interview? So do you have to code as part of your interview? I guess they need to verify your work somehow. 'Cause, I know when I apply for work as an animator, occasionally they'll try to ask me to animate something on the spot, which point I'm like, no, I have a demo reel, I have work references. You're more than welcome to call them to check my work. Um, Trying to think if is that more or less the same kind of deal with programming. You gotta show samples of your work. Oh, and yeah, I guess you gotta prove that you can do all the stuff that they're doing. Yeah, I guess it's a little different when we're talking about art. Um, the only reason it's fine when you're asking juniors, like younger people that are like fresh out of school. It's almost insulting to ask somebody with experience because they have a demo reel, they have references. You can call people if you're unsure. You can always, because even when I was hiring somebody, I just take a look. I would never ask them to do an animation test or anything like that, just because especially if they're experienced. I just find it's a bit insulting to the artist, right? Like I'm gonna hire you and as an animator, you have a demo reel and you have references, but I still want to test you as an animator. That's kind of gross. I get it when you're like a student. You've just graduated from school and your employer wants to just kind of check your work. But if somebody with some experience, I think I would never ask them to do an animation test. It's just the art industry, like they're always trying to make us sing for our supper, right? So it's just I just feel like it's a bit gross. All right, little pretty good. Gonna take a short break. Yeah, sorry, it's been moving a little bit quicker today. I think I'm starting to get more comfortable animating him, so. Oh, it's done. Yeah, I'm basically I need to cut this up into different pieces. The way that Unreal works, I'm gonna activate a jump, and then I want to use it as a falling. I want to use the down movement as the falling animation, and then the landing as a separate piece of animation. So I need to break it up into three different pieces. It's just easier to work with the state machine that way. If I could do maybe from here to here. Actually, I think I've gotten all the locomotion done. I think I'm actually gonna start in the combat after this. I don't know if I'm gonna start today, but I think the next step is to start combat animation. Um, I think I have most of the locomotion done. Now the combat animation includes the dodging, the dodge rolls and stuff like that. So or at least I'm lumping that into combat animation. But I don't know. I think I'm gonna do sword strikes and stuff like that next. Maybe not next tomorrow. You wrote a script that gets videos, live stream, voice, whoever's talking. It will automatically caption it for 5 seconds. Like a script for what? I'm not quite understanding here. Is this for just recording software or what's? I don't know if this will pose it. Is that the pose that I want? Oh, speech to text, I get. Oh, I'm not changing anything in the jump. Basically, what I need is, so I need the initial jump. So this is the jump. So I'm just trying to figure out which pose I want to use. So I have the jump here. Yeah. So okay. So basically, I have to chop it up into 3 different pieces: the initial jump, the fall, and then the landing. So that's all I'm doing right now. I'm not really changing any animation. I'm just trying to decide what part of the jump and that's it. It's just I have to break it up into 3 separate pieces because that's how the state machine in Unreal is designed, or at least that's how I've designed the state machine. Only because, like, let's say you're walking off a cliff, right? So the way the Unreal character movement component works is if it detects that you're not on the ground anymore, it automatically transitions into a falling state. This way, I don't have to effectively animate another fall because I can use the fall from the jump. Right. So if you think about like a platform game, if you walk off a platform, you're technically not jumping, you're falling. So when it walks off the platform, the character move component automatically detects, hey, you're not on the ground, so you must be falling. So it pushes the character into a falling state. And then I can basically call this animation when he's falling, but it's effectively the same thing. Once you reach the height of your jump, you're now falling, right? So then it switches back to a falling state. So I can continuously use this as the fall state and just need that initial jump kind of to work. I think this is the pose that I want for the fall. The only problem is like, it's because the fall, now the only thing I have to modify is the fall animation. It has to be kind of on a loop where he's kind of like stuck in one pose where you're just keeping him in a single pose, but you don't want the pose to be static. So I'm trying to find a nice area to loop. So I'm thinking it's something like this. It's going to be, this is the pose that I think I want to use for, because I want the land to hit that straight. I want him nice and straight when he lands, just so I can get a good squash. Yeah, so frame 21 is should be the landing. It should be the ball. So So let's fix this. Hmm. No, unfortunately, it's not out of the box. I have to code the animation blueprint, which is or at least the state machine within the animation blueprint, in order to do the transition. So I actually have to set how many frames I want to do a transition. Um, yeah, all of that, all of this stuff can be tweaked inside of Unreal. Would rather just get it as close as I can in Blender, to where I want it before I send it to Unreal. Just take a 1 second. Let's give it a 2 second loop. Yeah, it varies. I mean, obviously, because I'm not getting paid while when I get laid off. But typically, Canadian funds, I make about 115K, which I don't. It doesn't bother me to let people know. Oh no, no, no. You can make upwards that much, depending on the projects you want to work on, right? So the reality of animation is if you're gonna go work at like DreamWorks or Disney or all those things, your skill is very focused. They're gonna pay you well. It can be anywhere between 100 to 125 right now. I think like the super really talented, like I'm gonna hire these guys from across overseas type animators, like the top talent. Yeah, they're probably making around 130, 140 grand a year. But animation, it's not, you're not going into animation to make a lot of money. So I wouldn't be shocked if the average income is probably gonna, with inflation, it's probably gonna grow to about 100 and probably around your ballpark figures, about 150 grand a year. But it's not like that's you're making more money. It's just inflation, right? Yeah, I mean, as an animator, as an artist, you typically want to be trying to generate as many streams of revenue as you can. So 115. That's what I'm typically going to charge a studio when or that's what I'm negotiating to up. Like I say, I could probably negotiate anywhere between your negotiation is probably going to be around 100 to 130. So you're probably going to around 115, 120 for somebody that's been in the business for a while, right? That's the kind of paycheck you're getting when they can trust you, that you have a reputation, people know who you are, and they know what to expect from you. I haven't renegotiated any in the last couple of years, so it could go up. I don't know, but like again, with all of the layoffs and the way the business is going right now, going up to them and asking them for a raise is probably not the best idea right now. Um, but as like I said, I'm supplementing with other things, right? So I pick up a few contracts here and there. I do commercials, and I still freelance outside of this. So my total income, if you include everything, is probably around 150. but that's all inclusive. That's everything that I do, not just for one studio, right? So yeah, that's the hustle these days, man. The economy sucks now, and unfortunately, at one point I was doing quite well because I was actually just before the pandemic. And then even during the pandemic, I was doing really, really well because business was just booming, like booming. And then the pandemic ended, and then it literally just as quickly as it went up, it just as quickly went down. And we've been struggling. I know animators in Canada have been struggling for the last little while just because there's just not much work left. Largely, it's because of tariffs, because it's no longer cheap to ship the work to Canada, or at least it's not a benefit for them to ship it over if they're going to end up paying a tariff on it. So if they end up paying like a 15% tariff on work, that pretty much negates any cost savings they would have had by shipping the work to Canada. So the business model in Canada has to change. Otherwise, this business is going to go belly up. The only thing that's going to be able to sustain in Canada is children's television and the quality of children's television. I don't like working on children's television only because it's just not, it's not that I don't like it. It's not challenging anymore because you're expected to crank out like 30 seconds a week. And it's not tough animation. It's not like I'm going to get up and I'm going to pull out my camera and I'm going to shoot reference. This is just get it done, get it done, get it done, get it done. Here's the quota. So, you know, not a huge fan of working on children's television. You do it because you need a paycheck. But creatively, I don't think that's where the creative reward in television and children's television is. I think the reward for creativity in children's television comes from being a creator, like a showrunner. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm hoping this is just a temporary situation, but our prime minister has basically said this is a fundamental shift. Don't expect it to go back. So, which is why I've decided to make games and do other things now, right? Because I feel like the business is drying up and I'm not 100% sure that it's going to come back. I think the only way to continue in the business is either to shift over to games because there's still a lot of Canada produces a lot of video games, a lot of studios here in Canada. So I have to shift out to video games, which is fine. I don't mind doing that, you know, but Hollywood's just not, it's not what it used to be. I used to be able to draw. I mean, I haven't drawn in a while, but that's where I first started learning animation. I started in classical animation, so it was all hand drawn animation. Um, but once I kind of started learning 3D, I stopped drawing as much. I've actually meaning to start doing more drawing again. I'm competent. I wouldn't say I'm a great 2D illustrator or pencil work or draftsman. Um, yeah, once I got into 3D, that was kind of just what I wanted to do. I mean, I even went as far as like putting together an illustration portfolio when I first graduated college, but uh animation was what I wanted to do. And once I kind of landed in animation, I just wasn't really focused on anything else besides animating. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing some life drawing just because it's useful for animation, just to understand anatomy and how to break down um, just the physics of a body, right? That and it strengthens your ability to pose. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason, like on the weekends, that I try to do a short because I'm not willing to just leave the film industry just yet. Because it was a dream of mine to do just the. I got to work in movies. I mean, I'm pretty fulfilled in terms of my career in animation. I've gotten to do a lot of the things that I set out to do, which includes, being an animator. I supervised, I directed. Um, but I think where I'm not disappointed, but I should have tried to do something on my own sooner instead of like I thought going through the animation system, I would it was like it's like any other job you would expect, right? You would expect to get a raise, promoted, and all that other stuff, but that's just not how it works in animation in the film industry. Um, if you're good, of course, you're gonna get promoted. You'll get other opportunities. Um, but I think if you really want to hit the upper levels, the upper echelon of artists, you got to do your own thing. You have to make your own art. You can't just facilitate. And I think that's where my frustration in my career has kind of uh, accumulated in terms of like I never I don't watch pretty much anything that I work on. Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know if that's the truth for most industries or most people or what. I've come to the conclusion that I need to do my own kind of work in order to gain more opportunities, right? Because I've applied for other jobs and other places. I just think I wanted to work in Disney and Pixar, and then I got a chance to do it. And it's not like I didn't work directly from them. I worked through a vendor. So the vendor gets contracted, the vendor hires me. And so technically I'm working for Disney, but through an intermediary. Um, so I don't know exactly what it's like to work inside Walt Disney Animation Studios or Pixar or anything like that. Um, I don't know. I think at the end of the day, it's not really my thing anymore. I certainly wanted to. If they offered me a job, I would certainly take it. But I think at this point, the animation I do is not or at least the animation that I want to do moving forward is not very kid friendly. Pixar, Disney, they're not gonna do anything too risky in their animation, right? Like it's very much here's some jokes for adults, but the animation is primarily for kids, right? So that's where I was like, I don't really want to do children's work anymore. So I actually migrated and ended up leaving children's television because I spent for the first half of my career in children's television. And then I wanted to do some more mature things. So I worked on The Boys, The Expanse, and a bunch of other really, really like high end television productions. and I had a blast doing them. And it's a completely different experience than working on children's television, right? So, um, yeah, I just I don't want to do that kind of animation. The animation I want to do now is going to include a significant amount of violence. So the story that I'm working on for my short film is I'm sure you've seen Star Wars. Um, but it's basically so the project I'm calling it Samurai Baby, and it's basically a baby that's a samurai. So if you think about the way what I really fell in love with was the way Yoda moves and attacks and did stuff, especially in episode two when he fights Count Dooku, and then in episode three when he fights Darth Sidious. I think it's just such a visually cool thing to have this tiny little character just tearing shit up on the screen, and just decapitating, disemboweling, like dismembering people on screen. So that's where I'm leaning towards with Samurai Baby, is that I want an ultra gore, ultra violent character. Just I don't even care that much about a story, right? I just want to see cool action on screen. And so that's what I've been kind of gearing all of my animation is starting to now lean more towards like action oriented, whereas before I was doing more performance, drama performance, like uh or at least it would include that, right? So stuff I did on like I actually did one really cool shot on The Boys. I don't know if you watched The Boys, but I think in I don't know if it's season four I think it's season four, episode one. There's the scene where I can't remember their names because I don't watch the show. Like I said, I don't really watch the stuff I work on. Um, but they're in an alleyway and this girl like blows up this guy's head. She like uses some kind of telepathic power and starts blowing bits of his body apart, like his hands and then his face. And so I got to animate stuff like that. And that's the kind of stuff I kind of enjoy doing now, right? So um same thing with I did I don't know if, again I don't know if you watch The Boys, but there's a new character they introduced in season four. I don't know his name. Is he's like a radioactive dude who can like explode. Um he's played by Jensen Ackles. And I did a ton of animation for that character on the show. One I think I don't know if it's the finale or the season finale of that season where I think Maeve like tackles him. She like tackles them and jumps out the window, and then they go careening out the window, and then this massive explosion happens. So I got to work on that. But my favorite project has been The Expanse so far, and that's just spaceships. So it wasn't a whole lot of characters, but they let me do whatever the heck I wanted on Expanse. Okay, so I think I'm gonna start on the combat pose. Yeah, I just don't see Pixar ever kind of leaning towards violent animation. So again, it's not to say I don't want to work for them. Is I would very much jump at the opportunity if they offered, they called me up and was like, "Hey, we like what you're doing. You want to come work for us?" I would say yes, absolutely. But I know I will have to conform to whatever style they're doing, right? And that's kind of like that creative wall that you hit when you work with studios is you have to do what they're doing. You got to do it the way they're doing it. Otherwise, you're going to get fired. So, Cheers, bud. Thanks for stopping by. Good luck with the studying. We'll get there. We'll get there. Slow and steady. Cheers, brother. Have a great night. Hey, Synaptic. Do I need help? No, I think I'm okay right now. What are you thinking? Like help in animation? I mean, I think we might need some help later on, but we're still pretty early in this concept kind of prototyping phase right now. Uh, yeah, I'm not, I don't think we're at the point where we're gonna try to bring people on just yet. Eventually, we probably will, just because there's so much work to be done, but we need to figure out what all the pieces of the game are gonna look like first before we start, um, doing anything. Are you an animator? Or are you just looking to get some experience animating? Synaptic. Do you have I just don't have any way of swapping information just yet. Trying to think. What's the best way to reach out to you in the event that I'm gonna need some help? Can I just reach you through your YouTube channel or your YouTube username? Can I message you through your YouTube? Nice. I love Blender. Blender has been awesome, largely because it's free, but also because it's awesome. Yeah, unfortunately, right now, I just don't know really what this game is gonna like. We have the idea, we want to work out the combat, and so we're not we don't have a full grasp of what's going to be happening yet. But we know we want our game to be built around the combat, so we're going to work out the combat first, and once we have that kind of working, then we're going to start building it out all the other systems. But for now, it's going to be just the combat stuff. Yeah, sorry, dude. I wish I had a better. I wish I could bring people on right now, but again, we just don't know what everything's gonna look like. But I will definitely keep your name on I guess on file to if you're looking to do something. I'll probably message you I guess through your YouTube channel or your YouTube account. I've been learning Blender. It's pretty much my pandemic project was to learn Blender. So I've been on it since 2009, pretty much right at the end of 2019, beginning of 2020. I started I mean I used it a little bit beforehand, but I didn't really take it seriously until about 2020. So I've been on it for about 5.5, 6 years now. But I used Maya beforehand, so it wasn't too difficult for me to learn. The difficult part was relearning new muscle memory for different because I've been using Maya for so long that it took me a second to get to. I didn't forget the muscle memory. So what I've actually done. So when I work in Blender, I only use the Cintiq. So I'm on my Cintiq when I'm working in Blender, and then when I work on Maya, I use a mouse and keyboard. It just helped just break up the muscle memory so that it's easier for me to learn the new software. Just because everything I did in Maya was I had like a whole custom set of hotkeys for Maya. So when I work in Maya, it's almost like second nature. So a lot of the time when I'm working in Blender and I'm trying to convert my Maya skills over, my muscle memory starts to take over, and I start pushing keys that just don't work, or hotkeys that just don't work in Blender. Um, so I switched Blender to default keys and just decided to use a Cintiq to learn it, and I found that helped break up that the way I guess your muscle memory works is because I'm fundamentally in a different position, different. My whole body's in a different position when I work in Blender. Yes, yes. I So what I actually used was what I did was this is a pre-made asset that I modified. So originally this is the pieces that originally came in. I'll show you right here. This is the original model that, like, the body. I changed the head, the hair, and then I used it as a baseline foundation to build everything else. So, but yes, all the armor here on this character, everything here is custom, but it's built using a template. Yes, and I rigged it myself. Yes. Yeah, right now I have a partner on my game, so basically I'm taking care of all the art assets. Anything that's art related, I'm taking care of in the game as it stands right now. And then my brother is the guy doing all the coding. Well, not all the coding. He's doing most of the coding. Thanks, man. It's been a lot of fun to kind of work on. I'm having a lot of fun kind of just even designing him and doing all the animations. It's a bit of a departure from what I'm used to animating, so it's nice to do something different. It's just nice to be creative within my own right now. I've been working for studios for so long that I've forgotten what it's like to be creative on my own. Because a lot of the time I'm creative in the sense that I'm trying to help the production. So I'm trying to facilitate. And it's really nice departure to just actually sit down and get to make all of my own decisions, right? So most of the time as an animator, I'm working with a director, and I'm working or the director or clients that are telling me what they want versus me. I make suggestions, but they don't always take them. Hmm. So what kind of stuff are you working on in Blender? Are you rigging and modeling and animating your own characters, or are you just doing some modeling, or just downloading rigs and animating the rigs? That 3 or 4 years is a pretty decent investment. Are you trying to get into like working in 3D or you're just hobbying around right now? Yeah, just hobbying around or trying to get in 3D, trying to get a job. Yeah, I have been having a ton of fun with Blender. I'm a huge advocate of it now. Um, I think it was after it was a 2.7 when they released the whole new UI. So I had tried Blender like back in the mid 2000s, and it felt so foreign to me that I was just like, ugh, I don't like this. I don't like the interface. I don't like the way you navigate. So I tried it for like a week or two, and then I abandoned it. Um, but I mean, at that point, I was already using Maya. So, but the only problem is Maya is really expensive. Well, I'll definitely give you a shout when we start doing some more stuff, and if you got some stuff to show off, that'd be pretty cool to see. Uh, but we're probably going to need modeling, animation. We're not going to be doing too much texturing, as you can see here. It's all low poly. There will be a little bit of texturing here and there, but nothing crazy. But yeah, we're going to need lots of models. In terms of like weapons and other stuff, right? And it's all low poly stuff, so it's not going to be too difficult, too complicated. So I think this is the most complicated sword that I want to use. So the game is really, I want the game to be really grounded. So you're not getting like like crazy. It's basically it's you're relying on upgrading your stuff. So we're not doing a whole bunch of like 150 different pieces of armor or something like that. So there's probably going to be like I think about 3 or 4 armor sets in the entire game, but you upgrade them, right? So in terms of look deving, it's we don't have any concepts yet. We're kind of just winging it for now, but you know, hopefully I can get an artist to help me build some concepts. Might even do some myself. I don't know. I'm trying to not do everything because uh, if I do everything, some things are going to have to suffer in order to get things done. I would rather I would prefer to find somebody to help me out with some art assets, but in the event that I don't, I'm prepared to do it all. So, hmm, just start what? Making a game? We already started. This is all what I'm animating right now is basically all of the player animations. So right now I'm just trying to find a nice combat pose. Um but yeah, here, I'll show you some stuff. So here's the walk cycle. Oops. And then we got I just finished the sprint cycle today. It's a little bit off on the loop though. And then I got a jog cycle here too. This is all the locomotion stuff I've been working on, so this is my idle now. And then the jump. The pose, I forgot the pose in there. In terms of so basically I need him idling. So it's not going to take too long to animate the combat idle. I would say probably an hour or two. Probably not going to do today. I was just looking for the pose. I'm actually probably going to be wrapping up in about 10 minutes. But typically each piece of animation is taking me about, I would say anywhere between 2 to 4 hours. I'd say that's probably a reasonable estimate. I mean, this is just the character. I have a bunch of other there's two other characters in the game already. They're enemies though, so I've done animation for those guys already, which includes all the locomotion and the combat stuff. So but now we're trying to build out the combat system. Now my brother has all of the basic behavioral AI stuff kind of working. We need the player character now to be able to hit and attack and do combos and stuff like that. So that's our next step. So as soon as I'm done animating this, I'll be transitioning over to Unreal and I'll be implementing all the animation in Unreal. But yeah, anywhere between, it all depends on how complicated this stuff is. So for the combat animation, that will probably take me, like a combo will probably take me a little over a day, maybe a day and a half to animate that. But yeah, the idle will probably take me about 2 hours, four if I'm being really picky. Yeah, on average, I usually do one or two pieces of animation every day for the project. So yep, yep. He's been doing well, we've both been doing stuff in Unreal, but my brother has been very much kind of like spearheading the effort to um do all the coding. So he's going to be in charge of most of the systems and all just the back end stuff of Unreal. Just getting I don't know. We're probably not going to be doing a multiplayer game. I think at least we don't have any immediate plans to do it. I think we can implement it later. But yeah, he's doing most of the stuff in Unreal. I'm doing a little bit too. So in terms of like the player character, I'll be coding all the player controller mechanics, all the player controller stuff. Right now, he's finishing up on enemy AI stuff, just the baseline stuff, and then we're gonna start building the inventory system now. Um, which is just a lot of work because we're gonna have to start doing assets and stuff like that. But once we're done the player character, we're gonna test the combat out and see if it feels good. If it feels good, then we'll keep going. If not, then we're gonna have to tweak it to until get it working to the point where it starts to feel good, and then we start building the rest of the game around it. Hmm. Pretty happy with that. Yeah, it's really nice to have somebody who is also that can program. My brother used to work for like POS systems, programming like Touch Bistro. So whenever you go to a restaurant, you know the when they use an iPad to assign the table, to do your invoice and to take your order and stuff like that at the restaurants. That's the kind of stuff my brother was originally doing, but I think AI is starting to take over a lot of the jobs like that. So his company downsized, and so we're both kind of in between. Well, I'm laid off. I'm temporarily laid off right now until July, so I go back to work in July. But yeah, it's really nice to have the two major components of a video game kind of like taken care of. There's two people that can handle those larger components, and then hope the idea is we pick people up along the way, but we're very limited on resources and money, so it's not like we can pay people to do stuff. Hopefully we can raise some money at some point. Maybe we go early access or something like that, or Kickstarter or Patreon. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm just we just decided to start. We've started the project, and then I've started doing the streaming thing just to see if maybe I could get some people to some eyeballs on the work and maybe generate some excitement. Yeah, I would have tried to regardless if my brother was available or not. I think I was pretty dead set on trying to make a game, so I think regardless, it was just worked out really nicely that he was interested in doing it too. So cool. Okay. So I got the sprint done today and I got the first pose for my combat idol. So that oh, and I split up all the jump stuff. So that is a good day so far. That's a solid 4 hours work. I am satisfied with that. Okay, I'm gonna call it a day. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Synaptic. Again, if I'm gonna try to keep your contact information or your YouTube stuff available. If I need some help, I'll give you a shout, and maybe we can get some modeling or some animation in there. Appreciate you stopping by. Thanks for the support. Talk to you guys soon. Cheers, guys.